Splatoon 3. Tegan's in here right now. She'll come by a little later. But for now, I think I'm gonna take advantage of this rotation. So I like it. There's a gallon there, the Nova, and the Dynamo Roller, which can one-shot a lot of the big things. It's just really good. So I'm gonna try to take advantage of it. I know Dynamo takes some practice getting used to, and there's no time like the present to practice, so I'm gonna take advantage. Oh wait, look at me waiting for friends. I don't have any friends. Give me a second. Match menu, leave room. I'll just play with randos for a little while. I feel like I should practice with randos anyhow. I'm working on my personal development. I'm not trying to run up the score. As long as I don't demote, I think I should be okay. But, you know, I might demote. It is Saturday morning. Oh, hell yeah. Also, I like the Tri-Slosher. I don't think I'd use it in Turf War, but, like, it's cool for this. So I need 3 hits to kill the big one, which is annoying, but backstep as I'm throwing it, that should be fine. Volpino and Ultra Splat. Actually, what I should do is ink all the walls. That's High Tide? Okay. Where are they? Not here. Oh, there it is. It's already down. Push me. Oh, shit. Okay. Got that. Let's do. Ugh. Oh, did someone ditch us already? Holy shit. Alright, well, doesn't be like that, I guess. Okay. Ugh, okay. Oh, I can't be here. Damn it. There we go. Jeez. Okay. Maybe not. I think I can survive. 4! No, I can't. I can't survive. I can't even get over the wall. Jesus. Alright. That wasn't great. Alright. Maybe I'll leave these two alone. That's fine. I think it... Oh, there's an update? I don't think this affects this. Good. Yeah, this isn't switched to like 3 PM or something. Oh, Lux, you want a grape? No, you don't want a grape. I don't know, it always looks at me whenever I pick something up. Yeah, man, it's still the same grapes. Maybe I demote and climb back up. Nah. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm unconfident in my ability. No, it wouldn't be nice, but... Man, Pirate Puppin, Watch 9. Alright. Sure, let's do it. Oh, try Sasha. Okay. I tied again. Mudmouths. Okay. Mudmouths only take damage to bombs, right? So... Oh, fuck. Damn it. Ooh, I like this dynamo roller. They're just posted up right here. This is great, actually. I love that. Can we do the same thing with Golden? Yeah, 10 seconds. I don't think we got it in time. Take the 25, that's fine. We should have killed the other baby one, actually. Yeah, they just kind of patiently sit in place. Oh shit, where's Glowflies? Nice. Ah, yes, that does work. Oh, I'm gonna die. Where did they all go? Why? I shouldn't have sunk down here, but like, holy shit. That's quota. Lux, please. Hey, Lux. Can you not stand in front of this monitor? Can you be over here? No? Not at all? Okay. Alright, Lux. I like that. There we go. Thank you, Lux. That's okay, don't worry about that. Fuck. Why are there two stingers? Alright. Jesus, 1329? That's kind of nuts. I could have left that in the center. So 5 shots to kill a big one. 2 shots in mediums, 1 shot in small fry. Oh, they DC. I gotta start a new group. I guess it's fine. Okay. Not on this side. Oh, there it is. Okay, at least I got it. Alright. That's quota. Okay. 25 is still fine. Not incredible, but it works. No. Oh, they got it. Okay. Good. Okay. Okay. Hey, Aya. Splatoon's going alright. How was your dumpster diving yesterday? Wait, that's not what it was called. What was it called? Your chat with Gata? It was so good? Okay. I'm into that. Oh shit. Hold on. It was called dumpster diving? Oh, it was? Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Damn it. Alright, that's fine. What was your biggest takeaway from the dumpster diving? Did you find a couch or something? Oh, I'm alive. Hold on. You know, my question is, how are you always dead? What's that about? It's about 20 seconds, and that involves getting rid of some of this shit. There we go. Got it. There's a lot of different ways to play out there, so you might need to try new things, find the right game with the right people. Yes! There it is. That's good shit. Also, hey, June. How you doing? That's true. Like, RPGs aren't like a one-size-fits-all thing, you know? Because, like, I mean, if it were, so many more people would bounce off of them. And I think the customization is probably the biggest, like, draw for it in general. But that takes time, you know? And it's something you gotta know up front. I did okay. There's my first clear of the day. Glad y'all were here for it. I get my first boss mod in a little bit. Honda, I am so bad at Salmon Run. Oh, honestly, Honda, I understood Honda. That's fine. Salmon Run's tricky because, like, you know, the game is not afraid to run over you, which like happens less in like other modes. Like, you know, like even ranked or like, well, I mean, I guess maybe in ranked, like when you're starting out, when you don't know what's going on, but like more often than not, like you don't really get run over. There's a lot more to do in response. But like, I feel like it's really cool once you get like the hang of it, you know? Come on. There we go. Gimme. Thank you. Mine. No, this is actually my space, actually. Ooh, I'm just gonna sit here. Ooh, I'm out of ink. Actually, I need to move. Okay, I'm okay. How's the dynamo roller? I'm specifically trying to practice with it today. I like it. It is an incredible defensive tool. But it is kind of wonky sometimes. Oh, I don't get this. I think I can get this one though. Nope, I didn't get that one either. Fuck, this is bad. Okay, I can get this. I know I can. No, I can't. You ran out of ink so easy, back up and recover? Yeah, that's true. I'm okay. It's fine. I'm gonna figure it out. I don't have this. I'm leaving it alone. I'm not touching it. Right here. This one's mine. I got it. Bonk. Oh my god. Dynamo roller is slow. I feel like everything's slow here, you know? But like, I don't think that's a problem per se. Like, it feels a lot more like Monster Hunter, you know? Like, it's like the timing gets a lot more satisfying once you like find the rhythm, but it doesn't like react to like speedy play outright, you know? Like, the speed doesn't protect you. And I get that, I think. But I feel like that's already something that like I'm used to. I don't know if I'd say it's like super compelling on its own. It's nighttime. Mothership? Wait, Mothership would suck here, right? Oh, it's Goldie, okay. Oh, they found it. Just like that? Holy shit. Hey, Goldie. I'm actually just gonna cash these in, I think. I think that's the right thing to do. What level am I now? I'm at professional +2 as far as like my rank. But my catalog level, I think, is something like... Ow, ow, hey, Lux! Lux, chill. Lux, I swear, bro. Sorry, Lux is, like, hanging out on the desk, but, like, his arm is, like, hanging off. And, like, so he's just, like, clawing at my hand for some reason. Stop it! Knock it off, man. Okay, they found Goldie. Okay, it's down there. Is it going this way? I should probably help that person, honestly. Oh, but Goldie! Goldie! I got one. I'm carrying it. Lux wants to play. Lux does want to play. You know what's really funny? Because, like, every once in a while, I do run into a Lux in Splatoon, and it's always when Lux is outside the room, and it's always cracked. Like, the Lux is always good. Oh, we killed that Goldie. Hey, Ani, or Balosa? I'm gonna go with Balosa. Balosa, Ani, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy your stay here at Splatoon Saturday. I'm currently working on some Salmon Run. What do I got? Slosher! Hell yeah. It is a splatter day after all, so you get the vibes. Let me see, what am I looking for? Oh, Stelio, right here. And there's a fly fish behind it? Fuck. Damn. Got it. I'm in danger though. Ooh, can I survive this? Yes, I can. Bucket. Calculated. Maybe not that though. Oh jeez, hey. Thank you. Holy shit, great bomb. I don't get. Oh, I got both. Oh my god. Oh fuck, I'm out of ink though. I should have used the ult. If I'd used the ult right after I got both, I probably could have killed them all. I gotta head over to my group, I think. Damn it! Ah, that's so bad. I held that second ult for too long. It would have been fine if I had just used it, but that's on me. That's okay. Yeah, spend him if you got him. Oh, it was me. I was killing everything. I did die 4 times though. Okay. I'm gonna run it back. Oh, thanks, June. Okay. My walls. I dropped in listening to your Lux story. Oh, I love Lux. Lux is sick. Oh wait, actually, Beloso, do you know a Lux like on this? Do you know if they're a cat? Because Lux is well, it's not my cat. It's my partner's cat. But shit, can I throw that? Do I make that? No, I don't. Oh fuck, that's so shitty. Lux, please. No. Ooh, you got this? Let's go. Hey. Oh, I deserve that fucking small fry. I saw Lexi and I got distracted. Thank you. Oh my god. Did I ask if you know a Lux? Yes, I did ask if you know a Lux. And if they happen to be a cat. Mostly in jest, but you know, 2 big shots? It's all big shots today? Come on, get out of here. Let's start with that. Ooh, hi. Can you... Jesus Christ, what is this? I'm dead. Actually, I'm stuck. That's ridiculous. What was that about? No, it's fine. Sometimes you get speed bagged. It's okay. I do know a Luxie that uses a cat PFP. Lux, are you playing Splatoon when I'm not here? Maybe he's trying to give me tips. It's okay. It's fine. I'm gonna forgive him. I was looking to lick the salt off my Cheez-Its. I'm gonna leave these people. I'm gonna give them, you know, some time to think about what they've done. No, maybe I'll just check my rewards real quick and then I'll go jump back in. See. I'm taking the chunks. Chunks again. That's it. That's fine. I'm mostly glad that I got this blue. Let me see if any of my people are playing. Oh, what's this? Oh, June's recruiting in Turf War. But I'm gonna stick with this for just a bit longer. I want to get this boss out. I want to see if the... One or more? How? Okay. There we go. Cohawks. Oh, this is low tide. I'm like, what's happening? Okay, this seems so far so good. Low tide, nighttime. Yeah, true. There we go, got it. Easy peasy. I do be shooting, you know? Okay, Dynamo, here we go. So, play it super slow, play really defensively. I get it. It's fine. Especially with these walls. Question, did I play Big Run? I did play Big Run. I didn't do that well. You know, I didn't make it a silver. I think we just made it a bronze. I think we capped out like 95. Oh no, we did. No, yeah, we got 95, which was I think was ours. So that wasn't silver. Silver was like 102 or something. Ooh, actually, okay, hold on. I just realized this is mud mount. So like, what I should be doing is just this. Just sit here. Roll back in. Up. Try to run. Oh, it's week 2. I don't know why I'm pretending. Ow, that hurt. That hurt a little bit. There we go. $28. Very healthy win. I don't think we get more, so I'm just gonna run up my score here. Just grab those. Thank you very much. Okay, so I should have a very chill 3rd round. Nothing dangerous is going to happen. With my Splattershot Nova? Hell yeah. Splattershot Nova Wavebreaker. Did I kill the Horrorboros? I killed one Horrorboros. It was, there's a very clean strat you can do if everyone's on board, but like otherwise, like it's definitely a mess. Oh, if you got that, that's fine. I'll get this one. Are you kidding me? Did they? Oh no, there's a third one somewhere. No. Okay. There it is. I'm going for the fly fish. One. Oh, I missed my second throw. I gotta do this to survive. Okay, we're already over quota, so get out of here, actually. We'll take those. And then, here we go. What am I getting? Ouroboros or Ouroboros? Okay, here we go. Belosa, let's see. Let's see what we can get here. So all you really got to do for Ouroboros is keep popping the Booyah Bomb in its mouth. That's all you got to do. Like there's, because that way it like cuts out all of its damage. I'm not close enough to it. Dude, throw the Booyah Bomb there. Okay, that's fine. Damn it. No, we're not keeping up with its rotation. But, like, basically you pop the Booyah Bomb in its mouth, so it, like, takes its damage away. And, yeah, we're not getting it. It's okay. Nope. I mean, I walked into it. It was fine. I didn't die. At least not to that. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, I got 2 silvers off of it. That's not terrible. So for Ouroboros, right, what you want to do is focus fire, whether you have like crab bolts, inkjet, a long range weapon, or you know just like the eggs, but you repeatedly hit the ball in its mouth. So you have to like kill in a rotation so that you can have eggs where it's in the way that it's like rotating. If you can do that, then you get rid of the Booyah Bombs entirely, and every time it pops, it takes like a huge chunk of its health, like 20%. But that's all you really got to do. So you have to like watch the rotation because it's going in a circle. It's going clockwise. And then you just kill things in front of it so that you can pick up the egg and shoot it in its mouth when it's next to you. And then like it pops the Booyah Bombs, which gets rid of that, which is just amazing on its own. But like it chunks it every time you break it. So you do that like 4 times, it dies. Wait, counterclockwise? No, yeah, counterclockwise. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I had to draw it with my hand real quick. But yeah, that's how you beat Ouroboros. Like, it's annoying because what you need to do is, like, try to make sure there are eggs where you need to shoot them, if not monsters. But, like, once you figure that out, like, you can basically, you know, have a team oriented to do that. I jumped out too early. Going for the dolphin. I say as I kill the other thing. I'm going for the stinger. Oh, I'm bad. That's easy quota. Let's go. Open up. Do it. Did Chum rush me? They did. And you know, they do that sometimes. Like, you can't get mad. You can only get even. Oh shit, hi. Oh, hi. Actually, I'm not gonna be here. If it turns out, wait 4 seconds, I can get... Oh no, I missed. Ah! I wonder if ProFresh 1+2 changed the people you play with. I'd imagine it would, but I don't know for sure. I can't prove it, you know? I don't have that information. Like, I would like to believe that there's kind of like a matchup with like premates or whatever that like it calculates or something, like an MMR. But, you know, I have no evidence. I can't say that it is or is not there. Nothing here. Oh, stinger. No, you don't. Knock that shit off, dog. Oh, Durkins. How'd I miss that? There we go. Oh my god. There we go. Small fry. I'm giving up that side. I don't need to be over there, I think. I can't reach it. That's annoying. I'll take the 26. It's okay. I don't need to die to get 29 or whatever. Like, fuck it. Who cares? Try slash root? Okay. I got Chum over here, but like, no boss. Hey Lux, how you doing? Okay. Oh, there's another one over there. There's a big shot. Ooh. Lux, what do you want behind my keyboard? What's going on over there? Oh. Got it. There's a flyfish somewhere? I got you, Dirt Hands. There's 2 fly fish. Damn it! We almost have quota. We have quota. All we gotta do is live. Where are they? Oh, our teammate lives. Let's go. We take those. We fucking take those. See, that's what happens when you don't get flyfish under control. We got 3 flyfish, firing 12 missiles at every player, all over the map. Bullshit. Gotta get rid of them. You know what? I'll come back to this. I'm gonna go do some turf war stuff. I'd like to work on turf war. There's a new outfit that I've been meaning to like prepare anyways. So it's not match menu. Which one is it? Menu? Yes, lobby. Maybe I'll attempt after Alterna. Who knows? But yeah, this is the outfit. I'm gonna run it a couple times because I want to get like I want to get full swim speed and I think full special charge maybe. Well, like right now I have like special like you know on like death like special retention I guess is what I'd say. Because I'm not used to this gun and the special is just really good. Yeah, Lux just wants to be pet. That's why he's here. It's okay. You can have some pets. In between matches, though. When I'm matching, you need to relax, bro. Can you do that for me? He can't hear me. He's a cat. He don't understand. Yeah. That's it. Okay. Am I that fast, or do I just not have teammates? They did die. I just got 40 eggs on Mudmouth because we all rushed him down. Hell yeah. Fuck that shit up, Bolosa. Oh shit. Oh, there's someone on the center. Gluga Doolies? Or, yeah, okay. That's fine. Going on the point. Oh, this person's just in our base? What the hell? Ooh. Oh, this one's fake. I was about to say, I thought I could catch somebody. I'll take that. That's fine. Oh my god, how is there always someone in our base? What is this? I'm gonna hold this ink strike for like the last second. Seconds. 11. Not my best ones, but that should be enough, I think. You just want center? Yeah, get fucked. Get out of here. Oh, hell yeah, yeah. You know it, Drew. $10.85, 233, 3 ults. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm level 17 right now. Oh. Players waiting to join? Is that you, Jun? It is June. June out here blasting. Wait, is it range blaster? Or is that like... No, that's range blaster, so like... Am I in a pool or is it because they're on my friends list? Oh yeah, June's in my friends list. Oh, we got Femboy. We got the Femboy. Let's go. Wait, and they're using the blah blobber? Let's go. Ah, we got a DC. That sucks. Oh, I was playing against June? Alright. I guess it's fine. And you're playing with Shield? Okay. I bet Shield is stronger because you got all the range stuff going on. You like Shield? Where? I just thought you might be on the crack on because like you were excited because it was your old roller and like it has the new special. Or has the counterplay already been figured out for that? The crack on isn't as fun? Alright, for sure. Oh, they got a crack on though. Damn. Damn, I only traded. I was trying to position myself to kill the... Oh, well, they died anyways. I guess it's fine. Okay, we're 2 up right now. Got him. Great work. Back up this way. I'm not getting caught. Oh, God. Yeah, they just advanced on me. Holy shit. That's fair. I get 2 more ults, I want to believe. Oh, that was a good blaster. Good pop. Yeah, I only got 1 more ult. That's annoying. Coming to you, June Care. It's not 1,000, but you know. I still like the Kraken, but charging the Kraken feels weird knowing that insta kills in Plat 1 where they shut down servers for apparently. Yeah, I hear that. You popped off, June? Let me see this shit. Let me see this, June. Seven and 1 with 3 shields? Let's go, June. Holy shit. Then I dab. Let's go. Yoshi! Hell yeah. I got you, June. Let's go, June. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good roller throw. Oh, slings that? Alright, for sure. Damn, Flings got me again. Is there any way I could add me? Oh yeah, like my Twitter has my friend code on it, I think actually. It's just wait, I think it's Afro Cavalier. Yeah, it's Afro Cavalier. It's not Mr. Rocket. So you look up at Afro Cavalier on Twitter, and my friend code is just literally in my bio. Good stuff, Yoshi. Damn it. No, I deserve that. Oh, thanks, June. Yeah, that makes sense. I probably could have done that. Did not do as good this round. Yeah, true. Yeah, that makes some sense. Oh, hold on. Let me just put up the beer back screen for a second. That way, make swap over here. Oh, there you are, below. Yeah, I caused that communication error. I'm sorry about that, June, but it's okay. We're gonna have Belosa now. The open freshness increased. I'll just make a room. I mean, brush so you're aware. Okay. Let me see. Oh no, I think playing mid-range is still fine. Auto brush, maybe. Alright, off we go. I actually main dualies, but like I'm trying out this gun for this like season because it feels really strong. I basically did like dualies and like Splatoon last season. I got go witty. Center is ours. Ease of progress. Pull back. Take a second ult soon. There it is. Yeah, you traded that. That's fine. I don't care. You can trade that sniper. I'm gonna clean up before I come back to mid. If I can get a third ult. Oh my god, cook him. Below's up! Okay, wait. It's like 1 for 1. That's okay, so. Not urgent. Oh, I'm out of ink? Yeah, it's fine. I haven't been swimming. There we go. It took long enough. There you go. See? Not fast enough. Thanks for playing though. I deserve that. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna jump all the way back in. Jin, please play safe for like a second. Oh, right, sorry. Okay. Last 30 seconds. You gotta do this right. Bye, goodie. Push into their space. Hey, let's go. GG's. What a team, yeah, right? Belos is good. He just got 40 in Mudmouths, man. 40. GG had a brush battle and lost because they had Octo. Yeah. That's what happens. Yep. I gotta be repping Inkopolis real quick. Yeah, true. Gurfish. I'm not gonna roll the R, not for that one. Bye, Nepsy. Clean this right up. Ugh, that splasher hit me dead on. Shit. Yeah, this hammer just keeps coming up center. Can we do something about that? There we go. Let's go nimble. Ah. Oh, jeez. This Explosion is actually nuts. Jeez. That team was pretty good. I like them. Yeah, that's fair. Explosher, Blob Blubber, and the hammer. Yeah, the hammer was kind of gross. It's just they were always free to just kind of run up the center. It was a good hammer, though. I had a lot of deaths. 4? God, I feel like I died more than that. Can't be mad, but damn. Yeah, not true. 7 deaths? Yeah, no. It happens, dude. Those guys were nuts. Oh, okay. That's a good spot, actually. They had 2 hammers and 2 rainmakers. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Like 2 storms. Yo, serious rookie grandpa? Are they actually a sniper? Hold on. Grandpa is a sniper. That sounds terrifying. I'm down. You gotta believe that. There we go. That's first soul. Ooh, Grandpa. Ooh, that was good. All right, this charge is not a joke. Good to know. Let's try the flank. See what I get out of it. Cracking off the left side, care? Oh, they have 2 snipers. That's what it is. There's one on the lower level and one up top. Okay, okay, okay. I don't know why I didn't think there were 2 snipers. Oh, this is our back line? Okay. God, 7 swim speed up? That seems like a lot. I don't know about 7. I deserve that. I was too close. Damn. Yo, okay. Okay, that might be enough. That might be enough? I think we clutched? Yeah, right? Yeah, nah, we got him. GG's. Those snipers were good. 2 good snipers is a fucking nightmare. We clutched. Let's go. Yeah, I died 5 times in that game, but I don't care. Because we won. That's what matters. I'm going to change guns, though. I'm going to use the same gear, but I'm going to swap to Dapple Novo. No. Because... No, yeah, I'll do Dapple Novo. That's fine. That doesn't reach. I have to diagonal full. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I was hoping I wasn't gonna get this one, but that's fine. I'll play this one. Play this one on this one. Jesus, they chased me all the way out. Okay. He's really slid into our base. I don't know if you could have told him if that was okay. Oh my god. How are they all in our base all the time? What is that? Oh shit. Yep, I deserve that. Okay, I think I give it 10 opening. Oh, that was good. They're still in our base? Oh my god. I could have sworn I could have got them in the lead by now. Yep, that's fair. Dog, they cooked us. They absolutely cooked us. Holy shit. That's pretty wild. We let them cook too much. I'm gonna run it back. I'm not switching weapons again. Well, I'm not convinced these are the exact right dualies for this particular set of maps. I'm gonna try to feel them out. After this round, I'm gonna see about getting the Octo. For sure, for sure. Evil Hag again. That's the same explosion that we played against earlier, so care. Oh, brakes on? Let's go. Oh, they DC'd? Alright. So are you jumping out, Pelosa? John Doe isn't a real person. They don't exist. So I guess I'm just disconnecting at the beginning. It's just like the game correcting itself. Who knows? Alright. Easy, let's go. Did I forget how to roll? I forgot how to roll. I'm bad. I'm sorry. I'm gonna come back in with another roll. Let's see if I can get back in. Word. I got stuck. GG's. Oh, I held that ult for so long. Okay, 2 for 1, I'll take that. Oh my god. Ugh, traded 1, that's not worth. Oh shit. Yep. And we got a DC. Whack. Overall splatter number 1 turfing gear. Oh man. Yeah, I gotta scrub this gear anyways. Give me a second, Belosa. Actually, am I broke? I can't remember. I'm kind of broke, but I have enough to scrub, so. I'm just gonna check my chunk real quick. So. Changing these shoes. I think the color is cool. Yeah, hero boot rifle. Was. Ooh, zebrafish high tops? Hold on. Oh, I don't have any sea snails. Yeah, okay. Fine. Catching. I don't know if I want to wear the gold high. I'll just keep wearing. Lobby. I still have 5 more games. Okay. Belosa. Maybe I just go back to. No, I'm gonna use ballpoint. I saw Gatito in a raid match and I was like, Rocky, how? Oh, that's funny, yeah. No, that's Gatito. I'm Gatamigo, man. Like, come on. You barely won? Oh, yeah. I mean, we take those. GG. I'm back in with ya. Let's go. Oh, they DC'd? Rip. A lot of DCs today. Hold on. There it is. That's the sweet spot. Honestly, if we get like one more DC, I say we take it to Slam and Run. But that's just me, you know? I mean, maybe a teammate DCs, but like, a Salmonoid will never DC on me. I know that for sure. I like my gear because it has both my abilities, the abilities and the looks I want. That's the shit. That's the things that we fight for. My kingdom for a good outfit. For a functional and fashionable outfit. Teeks actually should be coming in a bit soon, if I remember correctly, but she was gonna start late today. Yeah, E-Leader, looks like. Let's see what they got. I deserve that. Damn. Oh, I didn't even know you could do that. Oh my god. Hey, Teeks, how you doing? Jin was asking about you. That's two. I'm almost home. The author event was fun. Hell yeah. I got my autograph, so that's the important part. True. You gotta have it for posterity. Put it in the safety deposit box and everything. Oh, fuck. Hold on. They're below, so there's someone in our base. Fuck! I ran out of ink right then. Oh my god. That's so annoying. Going for the flank. Shit. I don't think that's enough, but we'll see. Oh god, no. Jesus Christ. Hey, June. Not June. You're June. Hey, a bandit! Ugh! Happy Saturday! Sorry, I'm in a whirlwind of emotions because my brain just got bodied. Ah. Back to pro. Oh, for sure. I'm gonna make another room. What was the thing you didn't realize something could do? When? In the last match? Or was it like a match before that? Last round at the beginning. Oh, right. So I tried to land over here, but I actually fell short and fell into the water. Like I killed myself on a launch. And I didn't even realize that was real. Ah! That's annoying. Oh, alright. A lot of snipers today, which is annoying because, like, I'm good at getting with snipers, just not with this gun right now. That's okay. I'll develop some anti-sniper attack. Why not? Whoa, hi. You got it, June? No. Oh my god, all 4 of them are just right here. They were waiting for the tower. They're protecting Mr. President, who's the sniper. And our roller keeps getting sniped, so it does make life difficult. Ugh! At least there's that. Sure is. On your left, June. I'll take that. Oh, fuck. Is that enough? Can that be enough, please? We take those. Let's go. Below, so I saw. You definitely saved us, especially since this roller was like getting sniped every 40 seconds. I don't even think it was that much. 1,000 even? We take those? Teeks is online. I'll try with the world. Hey, Teeks. 1-1 ratio. Yeah, I hear that. Oh wait, Teeks is missing. There she is. Hey, Teeks. There you are. I think I'm gonna finish out this food. I'm gonna go back to Salmon Run. Teeks, it's possible that your microphone might be muted. Just saying. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's totally muted. That's because I was still adjusting, so it's good.
Okay.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want everyone to hear me rolling around and yelling at the cats. I mean, you know, especially not when you're trying to, like, do things.
I thought people love cat yelling content.
Do they love cat yelling content? I don't know. Not when, I don't think when the cats are sounding angry in the background, it's good content.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. It's a concern. Oh, let me just dodge that. And one more. And there's... Oh!
Good job, good job.
There's a third one. I didn't throw the third one. I forgot. Oh, fuck.
Hope everybody's been having a good Splatoon Saturday. How many more games do you have on that food?
2.
2? Okay. So I'll be able to join you for 1 probably.
Yeah. I deserve that. I saw the thing, I didn't do anything about it, and I let them snipe me. That's on me. I'm gonna hold it. It's okay.
You're using my gun today?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
It's pretty good. It's very strong.
It is very strong, and they nerfed it too.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It's just, its range isn't quite as far as the other one, so that's been my adjustment.
That's fair.
It makes up for it though with the suction bombs and stuff.
I didn't throw the third one. I don't know why I didn't think that was gonna hit me. It's just like they nerfed your gun?
Yeah, they nerfed it just a little bit. They nerfed the amount of damage it does on a single shot by 10. By like 10, like, not 10 like total points, but like 10, you know what I mean.
Per hit?
Yeah, instead of like a 190, it's a 180. Not per hit, but like...
Oh, like the 3-hit combo.
Yeah, the 3-hit combo.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay,
this one's 112 max right now. For a 3-hit combo. You're bad at Blaster. It's okay, you're learning. Everyone's bad when they start.
It's true.
Remember me, like, a month ago with Sloshers? I was a nightmare. And then I watched Jun. I studied the tub.
He swam under the Booyah Bomb. God damn it. You do sloshers, Teagues? Well, like in Salmon Run, I think, right? Or do you use
yeah,
like...
and I studied them specifically for Salmon Run.
Darn, try to really ink? No, like it wasn't... It's not you below, so like that one was wild.
Yeah, that was a wild game. I'm also trying to pick up a Dualies, but I'm not sure which set to go with. The Glugas are just too slow.
They're pretty slow, yeah. At least fire rate.
Good inking.
Oh yeah, they're not great inkers. But they're like one of the only dualies that have like a 3-hit kill. The rest of them are 4.
Yeah. I'll take the 4-hit kill though.
Yeah.
I think like the Dapples are probably the ones that would fit the most with like my current playstyle, but I think I like the Dark Tetra.
Honestly, I'd suggest just Squelchers.
You think so?
Yeah, Squelchers are actually like the best dualies by far. Because they just have like hilarious gun range, you know? The only thing is that like the Wave Breaker is really situational. And in the current meta, it's not that strong.
Gotcha. You put on the Squelchers, nice.
It's just like there's so many new like range / like invincibility options that like no one's really afraid of like Wave Breaker right now because they don't have to get close / be in danger.
Right, yeah.
1 second.
Someone with a blade.
Yeah. They don't survive.
Yeah, you're right, they don't.
Watch the sniper in center. Lower center, he's not up. There's a Booyah Bomb coming.
I see it.
Take those. Taking center platform.
Hey. I'm gonna go right. Whatever direction this is. Oh, they just targeted me, huh? I see you, Brush.
I can't splat. June, it's okay. You're good.
Jun, you don't have to splat. You just got ink. It's turf war. Turf war ain't about splatting. Jin's gonna master that pop and lock, though.
True. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I gotta take some space here. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, hi, Sniper. Where you at? Oh, I got by the blade.
Got you,
Dang.
Jin. You're fine. Come on. Push forward past Bui Bomb.
Yeah, I'll clean up the back. Don't worry about it.
Shit. That ink strike got me.
Why did you let the ink strike get you?
The brush has the master brush badge, like the golden one.
Yeah, like the golden one. That just means they've won enough turf battles with it.
I mean, that's a lot.
They're not that good, though. I splatted them twice. They're not that good.
There's 3 on the right. If someone could just ink somewhere else, that would be beautiful.
I'm on the left, so...
Let's go. Pushing into their base.
Ah, I got splatted right at the end.
That's okay. We got their base. Yeah, GG's.
Yeah, they got... Yeah. Eh. Mm-hmm. Nice.
First, use their specials wisely? For sure.
They did! They absolutely did. Have my dumb little outfit on. I love this dumb little outfit. Oh. None of this shit is built out yet. Whoops.
Oh, same.
I forgot. All right. Are you switching? Or are we going again?
One more, and then we switch.
Okay.
I tech stealth, but I think I'll switch gear. For sure.
Yeah, go for it.
Dude, the Sculptures rock Bolosa. Like, seriously, like, I actually main the Sculptures. Like, I'm not playing them this season because, like, again, I don't think, like, its tools are in the right spot. But, I love the Sculptures. I think they're sick.
Yeah, this gun just has a wild... They made the range on this gun just a little too short compared to the other one.
Yeah, I get that.
They're trying to make people do something other than crab tank, though, so I respect it, but I don't like it.
Oh, yeah, they big nerf Crab Tank, actually.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, actually, everyone and their mother can kill Crab Tank now. Your grandma can kill her if she really gets after it. Bye, Karo. Fuck. Can someone get this flank on this Brella?
I'm trying to get out of base.
Oh.
Whoop, whoop, whoop! I almost booyah'd a bomb. Ow. They are just locking us in base.
Oh. Blaster? Yeah, Blaster found me. Classic.
There aren't really any good jump positions.
Well, that's not great.
Yeah, less than ideal for sure. This umbrella, man.
Hold their attention, June. I can get the flank if you just like. Oh, hi. Oh, they're just in the base now.
Yeah, they're just in base. They're just hanging out.
I'm trading, then... Oh, wait. No, they're going backwards, so...
Not by much, though. We're not gonna win this one.
I don't know.
Ah! We're not gonna win this one. Not in 30 seconds. No way.
Let me see.
Nope.
Moving.
Like, not even close. It's not even close. Like, we were pummeled.
Yeah, they got that much.
That Brella really knew what they were doing.
Did they buff Undercover? I haven't checked the latest patch notes yet, so I don't know.
I don't think they buffed Undercover. I think that Undercover just knew what they were doing.
I mean, we didn't pull them out anywhere, so...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well.
Yeah, let's see. We're stopping, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to Salmon. Rizco! You're going to General? For sure.
Let's see.
Got the... Me...
They added the pool feature, new weapon sets. Oh, this is gonna be a weird time. Let's see.
The poll feature's really good for streamers.
Mm-hmm.
I've been looking into it, but I don't know. I don't feel great about it yet. But having an impossible coin pool isn't a bad move.
I should hit the ready button, my bad.
No worries.
I'm just over here looking at the weapon changes. The only weapon changes they made were points required for specials. They didn't change output for any weapons.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Come on. I forgot about this stage. I haven't been here in so long. Wow.
Yeah.
I got a roller. Oh, it's a dynamo. Okay, hang on. Slow and ink heavy.
Yeah, just try to, like, put yourself someplace and stand still.
Tornado time.
Okay. I guess I have second leg?
I think I have third leg, technically.
Ow.
Oh, nope.
Teacher's...
I got no ink.
Oh.
I have no ink. Dynamo, man. Yeah, this is where I should be. Nope. Alrighty. Whoop. Alright, here we are. It takes so long to set this roller down.
Yeah, you gotta like plan ahead for it. But it one-shots the big guys, so.
It does. We got it.
Yeah, easy.
Nice. This roller is so big.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so slow.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes up so much ink.
Yep.
Here we go. A gun.
Let me see. What am I looking at here? Dolphin over here. Double dolphin, actually.
What are we looking at? Where are we? Oh, there we are. Here, what else we got? Nothing?
Italian and alien over here.
There was a weather boy, but he's gone now. Let the Italian come up. Oh, there's a... Yeah, the singer wants me. Oh. There's a dude over here. What's it called? The guys who launched the missiles? You know who I'm talking about.
Flyfish.
Yeah, that guy. There's two of them. Nice job, everybody. I didn't do anything, but I helped, kind of.
Oh my god, Teeks. Okay, try Slosher.
I got the Gal Deco. Oh, okay. Nighttime.
Cannons?
Oh, yeah! Cannons! Hell yeah, cannons.
I can do front line if you guys get everything else.
Yeah, bet.
Thank you. Oh, never mind. I'm bad. I can't do everything else.
Oh, you can't?
There we go.
Well, I'll come back, I guess. Whoop.
The flyfish.
Ah, I got by the flyfish.
Thank you. Guys, someone needs to be in the cannons. They work.
I'm trying. I got stuck. I couldn't get back in the cannon. I'm sorry. I tried. Oh, I see you. Got you. Okay. Where's that flyfish?
No, eggs, please. Got it! Jesus!
You want to make up your mind, eggs or cannon?
It's just like...
You cannot do both.
Why wasn't anyone in the cannons? All three of you were swimming around!
I got in a cannon. That's why I was swimming around. Thank you very much.
It's okay. I'll just be in a cannon next time. It's fine.
No,
Why
let me be in a cannon.
not? I was killed in the cannon. All the cannons got dead. That's not how the cannons work. You can shoot anything from the moon. How'd they get that close? It's okay. It's fine. I'm done.
Oh, I got by a flyfish.
Oh, well, like,
That's how.
but
I got everything else, and then I got by a flyfish because I didn't realize a flyfish was targeting me because you can't see the flyfish target when you're in a cannon.
that's fair. Ooh, not that. With friends. Aw. Flyfish. I'm 1 point away from a reward. Flyfish can't kill you in the cannon. You just gotta kill the flyfish. That's all it is. Just pop, pop. Like magnitude. I don't know if anyone watched Community.
We'll try.
But for me.
I will do it. I have a slosher. I'm okay now.
Flyfish certainly killed me in a cannon. Okay.
Yep. Jen gets it.
So,
It's because you can't see that you're being targeted.
right, that's true. I do know that.
That's the problem.
I want a Splatoon 2 salmon run suit. All right, Belosa, let's get it. Let's figure it out.
Shoot, with that, we'll get it.
Just gotta kill a couple Horoboros. Why not? Let's do it.
Oh, it's at the top of the screen. Okay, got it.
High tide? No, not high tide. Not high tide.
No, mid-tide. Nope. Where are they?
Flyfish over here.
Flyfish.
And a weather boy.
I hit it in the wrong direction, sorry.
Stinger on the
hello?
other side.
I got it.
Okay.
I'm on my way, Stinger.
Okay. Ow.
I got it, 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 I got it. There's a lid? Oh, there's a lid.
Oh, I'm out of ink.
Simply do not be out of ink.
Trying.
Have you considered that? Oop, I am also out of ink. But then I was not out of ink.
Bonk. Oop.
Oop, oop, oop. I'm getting the stinger.
What is mad? Just stay alive.
No, we gotta try to get 100, remember?
Not to.
If we can't do it regular, how we gotta do it? In Salmon Run.
We gotta do it before June. We don't have to do it this weekend. Nope, this isn't it. Get off. I'd say 50 silver scales. It's not so bad once you get a good flow going. Okay. Get up the
High
Nova.
tide.
Watch out for fish. Fly fish? No. The golden ones, whatever they're called.
Goldies?
No, the goldie ones that are dangerous.
Oh. I'm in the ocean.
I see.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Didn't have it. I do now. Got it. Oh, that was close. I thought I was going to die. I didn't, though.
No, I got... The Booyah Bomb came down too early for me. Oh my God, getting stuck in ink is the worst.
Pretty gross, yeah.
Hello. Hello, Blackfish. Come on. Come on. Open up. Open up. Thank you.
I deserve that. That's justice.
Good job. We did it.
Mm-hmm.
Now we just gotta do it again. All right.
Suicide bomb 2 Moz that round? Oh, that's rough, buddy.
Amazing. It happens. Did not get the weather boy in time.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll get him later.
Not yours. Also, Stinger.
Stinger?
Yeah, back here. And, oh no. Oh no.
Stinger's down. Fish stick.
Everything is just like here.
Yep.
Everything decided right here is the place to be.
Then where's our roller? Just lock them all
I
out.
know.
I gotta go find the fly fish.
Alright.
Well, never mind. Fly fish is on the right. I see where it is. I'm going to the center. It's hard to dodge fly fish in such small space.
It is.
So we can't be in small spaces when there's a live fly fish.
I got stuck, sorry. I tried. I did not have the right ult for that, though.
It happens.
I know, I gotta learn how to make it happen.
That wasn't my best round. That's okay. I'll get it back.
Where are we looking? Not here. Aha! Aha! Come here. No! I was gonna lure it in, Jun. I appreciate the speed, though. Boy, oh boy. Flyfish on the right. And also a stinger! Shit! Shit! Oh boy. Flyfish, no!
Steelhead and steel eel on the right side. Care. I deserve that.
I got by a dolphin. Where? Ooh! Hello. Somehow we are being overwhelmed.
Yep, that's fair.
Where is the flyfish?
Left side.
Oh. Ah. This is a mess. Why is this a mess? Hang on. What am I doing wrong? Trying to figure it out. What am I doing wrong? Steelhead. There's another steelhead in base. Or there was a steelhead in base. Haha, there's a fish stick coming.
I'm swimming back to center, but there's a Italian coming up on the left side.
Okay.
Stinger on the right. Stinger on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind. I think they got it. No, they didn't.
Yeah, I think so too. There's a stinger. Nope, they didn't get it.
Yep.
Or there's another one, maybe. There's a flyfish on the... There are 2 flyfish on the left-hand side.
Okay.
Over by where I am.
Going.
And a weatherman. And, there's everything over here. No, Rocky, come back.
See?
I was trying to come to you! Doing my best!
I'm trying to survive this fly fish.
Nope, we got. Oh! Just did not recognize that we all got for a second there. There were too many flyfish, that was the problem.
We were on the wrong side. It happens.
Hmm.
I got the first singer, then another one came right after. Yeah, that's how the
Yeah, that's what happens. Ink maintenance is really hard in Salmon Run. That's where I keep getting messed up right now, is ink maintenance.
Okay. Dolphin in the center. There's another dolphin in the center corridor right there.
Oh, there's a big shot.
I'm looking for it. I found it.
Where is
Firing
it?
another shot. You're okay.
Oh, I see it.
It's dead. There's another one. I'm hitting it. 6 eggs in center. We should be fine.
It looks like everything's on the other side right now.
That's fine. It's quota? No, it's not. Not yet. Close though. I'm getting this fish stick. No, dolphin, 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 dolphin. That's quota.
I'm watching the other side for when a big shot,
Stinger.
for a second big shot. I got it. I'm on my way over to Stinger.
There we go.
So there were only the 2 big shots, but staying over here was a good idea, I think.
For sure.
I have a Booyah Bomb, by the way.
Word. I have Ink Strike.
Fish stick.
I got it. Fly fish and a weather boy.
Where's the weather boy? Oh, hello.
Come on, come on, come on, fire with me.
Alien and a weather boy. Steelio coming up on the opposite side. Two Steelios coming up on the opposite side. Oh. I see you, John. I see you, John. Ah. I got by the flyfish. And there's also a stinger on the back line.
Ah, fuck.
I got. Nope. Whoa, this is rough today.
No, I threw the breaker. It's just like a little too late.
That happens. It should have gotten up. I hate that. When it doesn't go even though it should. Like, you see it, my least favorite thing is you see it, like, do the one pump, and before it finishes the pump, it's like, that's it, everybody died. I'm like, no, it didn't!
I should have used the Ink Strike.
We'll get it. I have faith.
Even if we win, we have a king coming our way? True.
Ooh, maybe it'll be the one, the Horbidoros, so I can actually do it.
It's probably Horriboros.
Horbidoros.
I already fought one on this map today.
A horseshoe crab. Oh, really?
Yep.
That sounds horrifying.
Yeah, it was fine.
Oh, big shot. I'm gonna stay here.
Got it. Where's the fly fish?
It was on the right, but Jun got it. Or, when I said right, I totally meant left.
Happens.
There's a weather boy coming up, by where the big shot cannon is.
I see it.
I'm delivering eggs to center. Oh, hello. No. The stinger's on the left.
It's 9 seconds. We can dodge it. Easy peasy.
That worked out really well. Good job, everybody.
Funneling everything over to the cannon isn't a bad idea. Maybe we try that another setup.
Especially like lureable bosses, especially. As long as someone stays in center, you know? Oh, Italian.
No. I'm gonna keep watching this segment.
I just cleaned up all the little guys that come behind the Italians, so y'all should be good. There's a steel eel also coming up.
I got the fly
Can't do anything about that.
Got it. There's 6 eggs over here I could use help with.
Alright. I will not be helping. Sorry, I lied.
Fair enough. Well. Alright. Rip those eggs.
Oh my god. There's a steelhead, a stinger, and a steel eel over here. It is not good. I have the wrong face for this. Nope. Oh, nope, there was no way, Jen. That was stupid. Oh my god. Jen and I got by 2 steelheads. They turned around, launched 2 bombs at us, and we went, oh.
Ow. Rip.
Oh god, that was funny. This is a weird one.
It's not intuitive.
It's
Either.
not. Not at all.
Hopefully don't get demoted. Yeah, I don't think we will, but probably just
If we get demoted, at least it's not hard to like get back up.
Grab the Moz badge? Fuck it up. Let's go. Okay, I got dynamo.
I got a regular gun. Oh, low tide.
Okay.
Oh, is it tornado? No.
It's
Mothership.
I don't know if we can do the crafty mothership thing, so just try to clear them as quickly as you can.
Right. We don't really have range.
Right. That's what I
right
mean.
now.
He ran off that fast? What the hell?
Alright. Whoa! Hi! Hey! There's too many guys back here. Hold on a second. Get out of here. Get out of our back line.
Is it that? I gotta corral them. That's all I can really do.
Oh, it's coming back.
That's fine.
Nice. Good job. Successful mothership. Great job, everybody.
Last round before this was so easy for promotion. Was that it that you guys got like promoted? Never mind. I'm not gonna think about it.
Hey, where are we looking? Not on that side. Ah, that side.
Okay. Helio down.
I'm looking. Weather boy and dolphin on the other side.
Okay.
And a steelhead.
I'm going for the Stinger.
Stinger down.
and a
Steelhead down. Flyfish somewhere. Uh-oh.
I see the Flyfish. Oh my god, did I miss somehow? Yeah, it's okay.
There's a stinger on the other side. Whoop. I'm gonna go for it. I got him. I got him.
Nice. Mm.
We're not being as vocal as we were during Big Run.
True.
High Tide.
Oh. Too late. Jeez. Flyfish. Or not flyfish, but sink.
Fish stick. I got it. Oh, you got it. Nope. There we go. Goodness.
Nope, I deserve that. God damn it.
There are 2 weather boys. Get out of here. Oh, and a stinger. Hello.
That's quota.
It's a stinger on the right.
Uh,
Fish on the left. Oh, dear. Ooh. Nope. I got pushed off the map in my crab tank. I'm out of crabs.
traded for just live.
Yeah, we're good. Good job. Oh. No. What?
Yep. Come on, let's go.
You.
Takes, let's go. Come on.
No, I've never beaten this man.
And? Let's do it now.
The entire thing is covered in ink.
Then clean it up.
Oh, I have a dynamo.
Then handle those small fries. Just keep them out.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Appreciate you. Plant eggs. See if you can get. Nah, I got it. No, I don't, because I missed all the things I was supposed to throw.
Oh god, I just totally missed.
There it is.
I keep running out of ink. Oh my god. Nope. Nope. This is a mess.
Yeah, okay. Fine.
Where am I aiming? How am I shooting things? Like, what is happening? Nope. Oh my god.
You see, like, how it chunks like that? That's what we need it to.
See how what chunks?
So, Tegan, the way to beat Ouroboros is to pop eggs into its mouth as it's charging its Booyah Bomb. If you can overwhelm the Booyah Bomb, it stops the Horror Bomb altogether, and it takes 20% of its health. So the trick is to put eggs where you can fire at the mouth as it rotates counterclockwise around the map.
Okay. That requires so many different skills that I do not have.
I don't believe that, but okay.
I do. How? I have to aim.
Sure.
I have to keep track of where the mouth is.
Yes, those are two things you have to do.
I have to not have a dynamo roller.
I don't know if that's true, but that's okay. Because, again, you're not using the dynamo roller to hit the bomb in the mouth. You're using
No, I'm not, but I am using the dynamo roller to kill bosses, which I cannot do.
That's also not true. There's certain bosses...
That is true. That's fundamentally true.
Okay.
You can't dynamo the Ouroboros. It's too high up in the air.
Sure.
So I can't attack it directly.
Right.
I can only attack the stuff on the ground. The only thing I can do with my current skill level on the dynamo roller is clear small fry. Like, I can't do bosses with it.
Teagues, I want you to practice something for me.
That's a skill issue.
The ink flick with the dynamo roller, I want you to target steel heads. It's a timing thing. It takes practice, but you can one-shot hit every time if you get the timing down.
I will do my best.
Is that fish stick dead? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's dead.
Okay.
Thing is dead as shit.
Okay,
I saw the fish stick come in and I went, I have a gun. I know what this does.
Fuck it up, Teagues. Okay, steel eel. Come on. There we go. Good stuff.
I hear a fish stick. Let me find it.
It's center.
Oh, I see it.
I got the fly fish. One. No. Okay, so I can't hit the backboard because it's going to fall off. Good to know. Oh, fuck. I might die here.
No, you won't. Where are you? Oh, you're over there. I see. You did die there. Why can't I just have a gun? I'll take a sniper rifle to deal with Ouroboros over the dynamo rollo.
First of all, sniper rifle is great against Ouroboros. That's not a handicap.
No, exactly. The dynamo roller is a handicap. That's my point.
It's just like you have to focus on boss killing. You can't directly attack it. That's all it is. It's annoying for sure, but like not impossible.
Okay, well I have this now, so I'm gonna try and focus on steelheads.
Okay.
Where is there a steelhead? Watch, this is gonna be a round we get no steelheads.
Fake. I'm dead. No, I'm not. Ha ha! The Great Escape. There's one right there.
Yeah, I missed.
It takes you just gotta do it a little earlier.
I got fly fish. Hang on. There's a fly fish on the right and
I see it. An
Italian, yeah.
Oh, I missed both. That's embarrassing.
Oh, hi! Nope. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't do anything with the dynamo. I didn't know you were dead. It's not my fault.
Okay. Run it back. Tegan, we were below you.
I didn't see you. How I get the steelhead, and then immediately after, oh wait, I can't. A fly fish is tracking me. I did leave you to get the steelhead, so I could get the fucking the fly fish. You weren't dead when I left you. To be fair, that's not my fault. You died. Jin's like, oh my god.
Okay.
Okay, see, I know how to use a slosher. I just can't use a dynamo. It's too slow.
Teeks, remember when you didn't know how to use a
I
slosher?
do hate reviving. Yeah, I know, and I studied. I did work.
That's all it is with a dynamo. That's all it is.
The dynamo's too slow. I hate it. I'm never gonna get good at dynamo.
Well, that sounds fake.
I will be fundamentally terrible at dynamo forever.
It's weird, because dynamo's one of the strongest weapons in Salmon Run.
Dynamo fucking sucks. There. Oh, a big shot.
Damn it.
Where's their fly fish?
It's on the left side.
Oh, okay.
Now I got it. God damn it. Hashtag Tegan hates reviving? A little
I
bit.
do hate reviving. I hate it so much.
What do you mean? I think it's dope.
Get your shit together and don't die.
Oh my god, Teeks. Everybody dies.
Yeah, I know. I die the most.
That's not yours. That's quota. I'm not pushing anywhere anymore. I'm just clearing center.
Okay. High tide. Wave 2. Nighttime.
Goldie.
What do we got? Goldie.
Found her. Oh fuck. Alright, fine.
Alright. Oh! I fell in the water. I tried to jump over and I failed.
Thanks, Sharon.
This one.
Quota.
We're doing so good. Oh, look at all those eggs right in a row. Ow. I got. Good job.
That's a good round. IS is high Teeks. I love Dynamo and Goldie, true.
Welcome in. You.
June, I got it.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey, what if we didn't? You know? Nope. I got again. Nope. This is just bad for me. I'm having a bad salmon run.
Oh god.
Nope, we got God.
The Booyah
I
Bomb
got
is
stuck
spirit
in
bomb.
center and I couldn't get up.
The Booyah Bomb is a spirit bomb. I'm sorry, I think I threw 2 selfish spirit bombs. I destroyed like flyfish that were next to me, but I could have thrown them at you guys.
I had jump rope and I used it to get the center up once, and then I couldn't get up enough to do it again.
No times.
I died
work,
many
June.
times. I died so many times.
Sorry to let you down, June. I take full responsibility.
I'm not. Get used to it. I'm gonna let you down again.
I'm gonna hold again, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna wait for June.
Okay. I'm gonna switch my... Oh.
There it is. That makes sense.
Oh, you like left the room?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the dynamo roller out. I'm gonna... This thing is so slow.
It's really slow, yeah. That doesn't go away.
One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, the delay between 2 and 3 is annoying.
It's a lot, yeah. So you gotta like play like you're in the future, basically.
I can't play like I'm in the future. I can barely play like I'm in the present.
Wait, really? Is that like I guess that is a skill you gotta develop, but I don't know. I'm very comfortable playing like 3 seconds in the future.
I cannot play 3 seconds in the future.
Okay, can you try playing 2 seconds in the future?
I will try playing a second in the future.
Okay.
But I don't think I can do that.
Okay, what can you do with a second's worth of knowledge?
Not a lot.
Sure, but what can you do?
Mostly realize I'm screwed. That's what.
Okay, then Tegan, you need 2 seconds.
Yeah, I do. This is my experience playing 2 seconds in the future. I go, shit, and then and then I'll die. I realize immediately that I've made a mistake, but it's not enough time for me to do anything to correct it.
Oh, okay. So,
Really, I need to play like 4 seconds in the future, but I have no idea how to do that.
4 seconds is a lot. Don't worry about that. So, like, when I'm like moving, like I'm thinking of like what I can do like instantaneously, which is usually one shot, jump, sidestep, or swim. Like those are mostly the things that I can do at any of those moments. And so like what I'm seeing whenever there's something in front of me, like I think the best example is like a big shot jump rope. It's like I see the big shot jump rope coming at me, and there are small fry in front of me, and there's like a sting, like let's say an Italian to my left, right? So what I'll do is that I will jump, throw that backwards, and float out of the way of the Italian. But like that's what I'm doing like a second when I see like those things come down. Like I see that's coming at me, and these things are here, and it's like, oh, put those together like that. And
okay.
like, I understand that is a lot, but like
that requires like a level of global field awareness that I do not have.
Okay, let's not do global. Let's try like considering space like within the range of like two green lines, right?
Okay, I struggle with depth perception.
Okay.
So this is a weak point for me.
Fair enough.
Like very much. Okay, so let's see. Oh, okay, Jen needs to feed themselves too.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright. This can hit that guy from here.
Mm-hmm.
I can't hit shit. Oh, I can hit stuff from here too. But I can only do 3, maybe 4 swings, and then I'm out of ink.
Right. That's correct.
Can't kill anything this way, though.
With like the
Not
chop.
really.
The standard chop, not really. Like, the best way to like handle like small fry with like the roller is actually
Is
just
this? Yeah, just put it down.
just put it down and then just like nudge in their direction
This.
when they come at you. Like, not even like move around that much. Like, if you're standing right here, you can just like nudge and they'll die. And like even like the big ones will die with that nudge. So like that's all you really need to do. Like, so if you pick a spot like a choke point, you just sit there and hit those. And like it's the most economical way to keep stuff away from you, but also like conserve ink with that.
Okay, but part of the thing with Salmon Run is that at least 50% of your enemies are in the air. Like, all the enemies that can really screw you up are in the air. All the enemies that overwhelm you are on the ground. But all the enemies that are gonna do your team wipes are in the air.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
It's like a different priority.
Yeah.
With the roller, but you have to... You need someone to make up for your lack of range, if that makes sense.
Right, yeah. And that's just like, you know, the trust part of the teamwork thing. Like, I'm not gonna get mad at you if a flyfish kills us when you're on dynamo. I'm really not. Like, literally never.
You're gonna be mad at me.
I mean, stop. That's that.
How about no?
I got right. Nice.
I missed.
Dolphin.
Double dolphin.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
Easy.
They want to be right here.
Cool. No death. No funeral.
Flyfish on the... to the right of you?
Yeah, okay. Is it moving? How far? No, it's not moving. I got right.
Sorry, I'm trying to escape a... I was trying to escape a steelhead, or a steel eel, and it didn't work.
Yep, I did that. Ah, okay.
Whoop.
Nope. One more, I think.
No.
I deserve that. That's fair. The Callie Marie banner, I think, is DLC, isn't it?
It is, yep. You have to get the Inkopolis DLC in order to get it. Nice.
Rip the Moz. Yeah, sorry. Like, the Moz got me that time. It's fine.
Okay, Dynamo mid-tide. Fish. Oh, there's a steel eel coming up the side.
It's down, I think, right?
Yeah, it's gone.
Up.
There's a... yeah, that's gone too. There's a... It's gone, yeah. Oh, two steelheads, and I can't do anything about them because I'm out of ink.
You take those.
I got one. Oop.
Okay, Celio's coming around to push out, yeah?
Oh, hi. don't have any ink.
That works. Absolutely fine. We're gonna die here. Ooh, invul? Let's go.
One thing.
Mm-hmm. What was the one thing?
One steelhead, I think.
Oh, you killed one steelhead. Okay, for sure.
I killed one boss, and it was one steelhead.
Hell yeah, fuck it up, Teeks.
I think. I don't actually know if I killed it,
We can check this
which is the worst part.
What's that about? Come on, steelhead. Come here. Bye.
Here's a flyfish on the right.
Mm-hmm. Not my circus, not my monkeys.
My circus, my monkeys. Apparently.
I didn't get it. Steelhead though. Bye.
Oh. Someone else apparently also. There are so many eggs over here.
Well, GG's. It's nice knowing us. Ah, too low. That has to work.
Nope. We need 2 more.
I'm trying to shoot them over, but there's a lot going on over here.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I got one.
I have one, but I need to get closer. Nope, GG's.
Nope. That was just bad.
We didn't get the flyfish. It happens.
I did use my ult, Jun. I did. I had crab. I love my crab. If that flyfish wasn't there, if anything wasn't there.
Mm.
I am simply very bad at this rotation. Nothing wrong with admitting that I'm bad.
Okay.
It just means there's obvious room for improvement.
I should have got that second steelhead. I'm kind of mad about it.
It's not your fault.
Oh no, it was. I jumped at the wrong time. Same person last round though. That other person was all right. Like they were killing stuff.
It's nighttime. Oh, it's Goldie. Nope. Far away from this spot, so I'm gonna guess. Got her.
I'm behind you.
Nope. It's gonna be down over here. Let's give you this one.
Oh, there she is. So small.
Yeah, sometimes she's just tiny. That means she's only got like 1 egg though. Goldie's hiding? Nope.
Alright. We just need
Tiny
3.
Goldie. I don't know if we're gonna get him.
I got 2. Is there another one somewhere?
Not one that I can get.
GG's.
Yeah, it ain't happening. Oh.
Ruby says hi. Hey, Ruby. How you doing?
Ruby! Love Ruby.
Crying right now? I hear that. Bolosa.
I'm suffering. It's alright. We suffer, we suffer.
Okay.
Hey, Jen. We will stop out next one.
Yep.
Or after this one, I guess.
Right seems clear.
It's, back.
Dolphin?
Here's a second dolphin. Nope. Oh, I hear there's an Italian in base.
Yep. Hey, bud. Flyfish. Ah, close up. Fuck me.
Ah, I got squished.
Ugh. Wasn't paying attention.
Let me just run around. I got got.
A lot of us did.
I was not paying attention at all, and I just got got. Oh, I still had. Hey, I'm supposed to be able to get those. I got him.
Nice.
Did not do well, but I got him.
You got the steelhead. That's part of the improvement. It's a fundamental skill that'll be really useful with dynamo. Dying at the end of round does suck.
Yeah.
Low tide.
It's low tide. We messed up.
Big shot on the left side.
I'm heading.
I got it.
I'm like,
Going for the stinger.
oh, hello. I'm going for the flyfish, I guess. Oh. Stinger's going for me.
Stinger's no more. But the Moz got me. I'm grabbing one and coming back to the center.
Oh.
Yep. They should do the same thing, it turns out.
It was like one person left, and it was like, just kidding. Oh, no. About to not be kidding anymore.
Hmm?
Where are you?
Over here. Ugh, I didn't face a flip flopper. I shouldn't have died for that. That's stupid.
Oh, there you are.
June, I'm sorry. That was an embarrassing death. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry to make you guys watch it.
It's part of the improvement or whatever. Remember?
Yeah, that's true.
Dying is part of improving also.
I did just let the flip flopper kill me. That's true. Right about that. Whew.
I am tempted to just manually level down several pay grades.
I mean, we can do that.
No, we shouldn't. This is where we keep getting stuck.
Yeah, this is the plateau. You gotta push through the plateau.
Yeah, we gotta push through the plateau. That's what was gonna say.
I mean, I believe you.
I don't. I don't believe in me.
You didn't believe that was what you were about to say?
No, I knew that was what I was about to say. I just don't want to. I want to be good at Salmon Run.
This is how you do it. This is literally the way to do it.
I hate this.
But you want to be good.
I hate this so much. I do. I just want to be good. No improve. Oh, be good.
Well, this is how you do it. You gotta pay for it, Teeks.
I don't want to. I did my time.
But you just want to have it. You want to have it, but you don't want to do it? That's whack. The Grisco roller would be better, actually, but...
Is the Grisco roller good?
Yes.
I've never seen the Grisco roller.
We saw it the last one.
I never had it. No,
Oh, okay.
I had Grisco Brella.
No, not
God,
Big Run,
oh.
but I mean like when they turned on all the Grisco weapons.
Oh, I don't think I ever got it.
Let them come in. June, don't push out.
Where?
It's the fog. Come on. Oh, there's the fish stick? Okay.
I got it. Oh, there's a fly fish!
Yeah. It's fine. Me and June have it. Don't worry about it. I got left, June.
Whoa, there's a Moz also. Holy
Well, I guess
shit.
we both got left. Okay. I got you, June. Care?
Ooh.
Got
I'm
it.
gonna hang near the basket.
Yeah, that's fine. Have fun.
Y'all let me know when you need me.
Ooh, I didn't die, though. I was close, but I didn't die, though. Price is on the can, though.
There's... hang on.
Yeah, there's 2 steelheads. No big deal.
2 steelheads? Okay.
One steelhead.
I'm coming.
Oh, there's 2 again, actually.
We need a lot of, eggs.
We're fine. We have 25 seconds. Come on. 1, 2. There we go. How about this, Teeks? Do you see do you see the eggs on my screen? Is this enough? Will this do
No.
it?
Yeah, that'd do it. That'd be enough. That might do it. Poor John.
Jude's fine. He's doing great. Living his best
John's
life.
dead.
He was dead. He died the way he lived.
Amazingly. Thinking about Koichi.
Okay.
Let's see. Alright, what are we looking at? Where are we going? I don't see anybody. Hello?
Big shot.
Oh, it's a big shot.
Oh, I almost killed him, you bastard! Come back here! Okay, they
I got
got
him.
him. They got him.
Where's the fly fish? Where are you? This way. Oh, dolphins? Okay, I can do dolphins. Hey, that stinger, it wants my ass.
Yeah, I got that. 18.
I'm-
Come on, just 2 more. Oh, there's
Kind
a
of-
there's a fish stick. Can you
I'm working on it.
Okay.
I'm literally on top of the fish stick.
Thank you. That's quota. I'm gonna go get you, Belosa. Here you go. Found your
Here,
buddy.
we got it. Ah!
Done.
got a flyfish all by myself. I hope you appreciate my efforts.
Good stuff, Teeks.
It was at the end. It didn't matter.
All right. Time to go crazy, go stupid. Let's do it.
High tide. Final wave. Don't forget about your ults.
Ink the walls.
Ink the floors. Stack eggs to the ceiling.
Right on 24-inch crow.
If Ink Uplift doesn't have cars, can you ride on 24-inch crow?
I'm sure we can find a way to use for the chrome, Teeks.
Okay. Whoa, hello! Oh, hi, there's a flyfish.
I see it.
Oh, shit. I like that ult. Please. Oh my god. Hello? Stop it! Leave me alone! I am dead. It doesn't want me. There's 3 flyfish on the map currently.
Oh.
You are the only one up, Rocky.
All right, am I?
Nope. I got him down again.
There's 3 eggs in the center. 2 more. We just need these 2 and we're good.
Nope. Ran out of time.
I killed a big shot with the Nova at the beginning. True.
We were doomed.
Missing the flyfish is rough. I feel that. Almost though.
I just want to be good.
Keep
Why
playing.
won't it let me? Why won't it let me be good immediately? I want to be good. To be one of those people who takes time learning other weapons in regular play, aren't I?
I mean, I guess. Almost is not enough. That is true.
I'll do it, but I won't be happy about it.
But also, you don't have to learn in regular play. Just learn them in like the practice tool.
Mid-tide. Nope.
So close. No, that's fair. That's justice. Thank you, Belosa.
Hey! Hey, Italian, go away.
Hey, that's not yours. There you go.
I died for it, but I got the stinger. Oh, thanks!
Uh-huh.
You threw him too early. There's a steal you. By the big shot, thank you. Watch out for the dolphin coming in, Jun.
Flyfish down.
I'm also down.
No,
Ironically, because of the flyfish. So, you know. Man, I am not pulling my weight these shifts. Like, absolutely I'm not.
Everyone has their day, Six. Whew.
It's a good thing I have all my coworkers to carry my lazy ass.
Stinger, right here.
Flyfish?
Probably other side.
Nope. Jen got him.
It should be. These are my comrades. It's a good thing to carve a path through danger for one's comrades.
These are my nakama. There's a flyfish beyond the fish stick. There is a big shot. I will go big shot. I will be murdered by a chum, by the big shot. Good. That was good. I like that. More of that, please. Jen's over here in every single place, simply everywhere, with their bucket. It's amazing. What a skill.
That's fair.
Ah.
Don't let the boss hear you, Teeks. Yeah, right, fuck.
No, I'm gonna say it. You know what? I'm gonna go to the Grisco HR department and I'm gonna give Jen a superlative for being so good with the bucket.
I think he meant about, like, having teammates carrying you during your shifts.
Oh, no. Continue to carry me, please. Oh, no, the dynamo roller. Please continue to carry me. I am terrible.
Okay.
Oh. I will make a path.
Those are verbal.
I will make a path.
Flyfish
I made a
under.
path. Under?
Oh, it's dead.
Yeah, it's dead already.
I got a grenade for you, bud. Oh, Teeks got it. Let's go, Teeks. Dolph is dead too. Let's go, Teeks.
The figure a thing. Oh wait, there's a steelhead. Hang on. I'm going. Hi.
Fish stick. Where's the fuck?
I timed it right. I did it. I got it all by myself.
Let's go, Teeks.
I learned there's two weather boys. One's on the far right and one's on the far left. And they are collectively fucking me up.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, not yours. Knock it off, man. Woo! I'm in danger.
I'm also in danger.
Got it. You don't have that. That gets popped. That's not yours. There's Bouillon. Just need the opening. Give it to me. Mine. Okay, quota. Rank 3. We fucking did it. Let's fucking go.
Nice. I forgot to use my ults. Heyo, we did it. It's hard.
I don't know. I think we need, like, one more, actually, somehow. If that's believable.
Yeah, that's believable.
June out here everywhere all at once, yeah, right?
Yeah, June out here everywhere all at once. Look at me. I didn't do shit that shift. What the fuck? I'm just hanging out, having a time. I'm that coworker that's like by the cooler just being like, I don't know, man. There seems to be a lot of nonsense going on here and I really wish someone would do something about it.
Why do I keep getting most gold eggs? Because you're putting the team on your back, Belosa. What
do I have? Oh, a gun. High tide. High tide with a gun. Okay, I can do this.
Make the walls.
Oh, wait, I figured out my problem.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I've been eating today.
Oh my god, Teagues.
That do it. Hey. I'm stupid. Oh.
Oh my wa. Monshindu.
Oh my mama, she did it.
Yeah, get fucked.
Thank you. Many appreciations on that one.
Need to get that fish stick.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm heading over. Oh,
We got the stinger, don't worry about it.
Ooh. I won't. I got it. There's a steelhead over here also.
We'll grab it in a sec.
It thinks it can target me up here. It's wrong.
Damn it!
Came down off my perch right at the end. I got up there and I was just like, I can hit things from here. This is fine. As long as we don't have a fly fish, we're good.
Oh my god.
Mid-tide. Fish stick. I will not worry about it. Steel eel.
I deserve that. That's fair. Thanks, June.
I hear another fish stick. And a sniper. Got him. I fell in the
Big
water.
shot. I'm going Belosa.
No, my eggs!
How do
No,
you get that?
my eggs! No! No! Oh, it took them away. Took away my eggs, John. Not yours!
Let him know,
Not
Teagues.
yours! Our eggs fair and square.
There's another big shot.
Yeah, there is.
And a fly fish.
And a fly fish. Yep.
That's fair. Oh, survive.
Okay. Nope.
Yeah, there was one Cohawk that knocked me and June into the water at the same time next to the big shot cannon. So we both died.
Oh god. I was like, okay, I can survive, and then my my jetpack exploded and launched me literally into the middle of a thing. That was bad. Oh god.
Damn, June got that smoke weed every day number. Let's go.
Oh my god, amazing.
Come on, let's get one good Ouroboros.
I just want to beat it once. I've never won. Listen, I just want to kill the big guy. Is that too much to ask? Apparently so.
You gotta do it with your own hands, Teagues.
I can't do it. First of all,
Beat
this
it
is
right
a
now.
team
Let's
sport.
go.
Write that down.
I'm actually terrible about taking notes. Like, I'll write them, I'll never look at them again, I promise.
Really? I'll write them and then I'll rewrite them later, but I'll make them nice and color-coded.
For sure.
Okay, what are we... Where? That way.
What is it?
Oh, steelhead. It's a steelhead.
Oh, easy. No one's hitting it. Okay, that's fine.
Sorry, hang on. Let me get in position. All right, I'm ready now.
I'm going to steal eel.
Nope. Nope.
Ah!
I got a steelhead.
Okay. Thanks, June. Always a trooper. There
That's
you
the
go.
only one who knows what they're doing. Nope. The dolphin murdered me. It's cool.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that, actually.
No, you can. It's all right. Understanding our weaknesses is important. Remember? I'm getting the stinger. I'm sorry. I'm only so fast. I didn't get a thing.
I gotta get this fish stick.
Where's the fly fish? Where's John?
June's on the
Oh,
left.
John's up. Okay. I'm gonna get the steel head. I'm gonna do it.
We need 2 more kills.
Nope. I did not get the steel head.
Nope, I didn't get it. God damn it. I'm dying. Stinger stung me. I'm dying, Squirtle.
I'm also dying, Squirtle. It's fine. My ink. Nope.
June, I let you down. I'm sorry.
No, that was bad all over. It wasn't just you. It was all of us.
That was shit. Yeah, I hear that, Melissa. Okay. It's warm enough. I think I'm just gonna take off the hoodie. That should be fine.
That was just a bad round.
Yeah, sometimes you get speed bagged. It happens.
Okay, I have time for one more and then I have to leave.
Okay.
Again. You know, for someone who isn't able to stick around for the entirety of Splatoon Saturday, I sure am fucking complaining about not being able to throw.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Okay, I have a gun. We're gonna get to Ouroboros this time.
Okay. I'm interested.
I'm manifesting it. It's nighttime. Uh-oh, wait. Are we about to get glowflied?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, we are!
Tease, Tease, no, stand here! Tease, Tease, Tease!
Panicked.
I know!
Trying to get to the other side, I'm sorry. I forgot where to go.
It's here. We need
Oh,
a...
there's Goldie. It's over here.
Stay right here. Up here, cover
I will.
both sides.
I could not. Thanks, I tried. I got pushed. I'll come back up.
Okay, I'm watching the other side.
Jen is down. I got you, John. I got you, Rocky.
Reset.
No, I don't.
Reset.
Nope. Reset. That was bad.
So, where I was standing, they can come from 2 sides, but they have to come up the stairs both ways. So, we just need to get up there and watch both ends, and especially with the dynamo can cover one side by itself.
Until it runs out of ink.
Right. Well, until it runs out of ink, it just trades shifts with the Tri-Slosher. Like, I know this because I did one of these literally today. It was fine.
I thought it was the other spot that you stood in because there's only one space that they can get you from.
I guess we could do that. That's also fine.
Like, only one direction.
As long as we just go somewhere. Yeah, I know. Like, you were talking about that other corner that's, like, over there.
Yeah, there's only one ramp and they can't reach you from the lower level.
Okay, we can go there. That's fine. As long as we just go someplace. Just, like, don't panic. Like, man.
I'm going to this spot.
Right.
This one right here. Where are we going?
Just bosses. So... Steelhead.
Steelhead.
And a Moz. Got the Moz.
And a mod.
Backing off. we go.
What up, Steelhead?
There's a weather boy on the other side. Oh, they're here now. Good stuff.
Getting these little guys.
I got the Celio. Well, there's another one.
I can't do anything about the face of it. Where am I supposed to be? I'm trying to figure it out. That way? Okay, Jen. That way. Oh. Big boy. Hot pan boy. Get out of here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm out of ink. Nope.
Stinger,
Ink.
center.
I know there's a stinger. I was trying to get him. It's right there. Rude. Illegally then.
Fine.
Okay, Slosher. I'd rather Slosher a Ouroboros than have to do a Dynamo run with a Ouroboros.
Give me the dynamo, I swear to God.
Damn.
Just hand me your controller if you get it, Tegan.
Do it, I will. Thanks. Fish stick and a steel eel. Oh, who died? I see you.
Another fish stick.
I was about to say that's someone with a guns problem, but I think Jun just died, so. Jun's out here trying to solo YOLO a steelhead. Whoop. And I'm dead. There's a steelio right there, Jun. Yeah, I figured that might happen.
Live.
I did it. I was revived.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, I see you. I got you.
Tegan, watch behind you.
Watch everywhere. Got it. Oh. Tank is really bad on this level.
What?
Like, really bad. Crab tank is real bad on this level.
It's not great. It's not especially strong. You have to be really careful with it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hello, fish stick. I got it. What up? Oh, a steelhead. Okay. And a dolphin. And an Italian. Alrighty, let's see. Steel eel over here. Nope. I got pushed right off the map. I feel like you shouldn't be able to push the crab tank that easily, but I am just getting launched right and left. goodness. Okay, now we get on Orbidarbitars.
True.
There we go. Nice ults, everyone. Except me, because I got launched into the ocean. Nice ults, everyone, except me.
Get it. I got Nova.
Right. I have a gal.
It's rotating counterclockwise. Counterclockwise.
I see it.
Pop it. Ah. Okay.
No.
Hold until the next one. Look at that. Move.
Moving. No, I can't aim it. Oh, I'm fucked. Oops. Oops.
You lived.
Ooh. I lived, but barely. At what cost?
Nope, I deserve that.
Oh, you can pop the little lids on the sides also.
Hmm? Oh, okay.
The lids on its sides. No.
Teach, turn
Where
around.
are you? Dang it.
Oh well. Sorry.
That's all right. No, it's not anybody's fault. I just realized you could pop the lid on the side. You missed the mouth? I did not hit the mouth once. I did not hit the mouth once. It's got, like, pot lids on its sides. I don't know how to explain it, but I hit one and it chunked it down a little bit, like more than usual.
Yeah.
So, that also. Alrighty. Well, I gotta go have lunch with my grandma.
For sure. Enjoy your lunch, Teeks.
It'll be something, that's for sure.
Fair enough. I've been invited to play, and I'm playing.
Did someone invite you?
Oh, you know what? Gatito's probably still on, so maybe they'll.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Hopefully they can come in since I'm out.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if they are interested.
Yeah, you can send them an invite somewhere, right?
Yeah, I gotta go back to the Grizzco statue, the effigy, you know.
Yeah, right.
Hold on. I'm just gonna try rebuilding the room from scratch. Wait, the effigy's different. It's not the bear anymore.
Yeah, because you beat the story mode.
Oh, okay. I guess that's fair. Yeah, it doesn't work. I guess I just rejoin it. It doesn't do anything. Cause June, I think you gotta send the thing at this point. Forget it. It's fine. They'll figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, they'll figure it out. Alrighty, I'll see you later.
Later, Teeks.
Gambare! Beat a Ouroboros for me!
Alright, this is the quick Ouroboros run. Let's go. Okay. Oh, tornado. Shit. I don't even know what I was thinking here. I'm behind you guys, so... Oh, you got me. Okay. I'm staying at the rock. There we go. More. On your left, or on your right, June, actually. Well, I died. It's fine. I'll get picked up later. Already way above floor. I'm firing one, and I'm taking one in. 5, 4, 3. Strong first round. Okay, now price slasher. 40 I know is your record. We'll get 40 next time, I promise. I see it. Steelo down. Okay. I might be in trouble here. I'm just gonna swim out. All them in. Come on. Dolphin behind it. There you go. Way over quota. Where is that fly fish? Found a big shot though. Okay. Oh, jeez. Alright, and dynamo. Nice and easy 20. Come on, you can get it. Oh, jeez. Damn it. Brick, can you actually use motion now? How do you feel about it? You feel any better? Is it more of an adjustment than anything else? Tell me the entire experience. Thank you. It's neat, for sure. Fuck. Okay. I'm fucking up. I'm sorry. We can't lose this. Give me a second. But there are eggs we're losing on this side. I haven't killed the steelhead. Thank you. Okay. We have quota. Just live. That's a steelhead. Let's get this cleaned up, huh? Good stuff. Way to clean it up. Sorry for dropping it in the middle there. Have you... Alright, June's taking a break? For sure, for sure. Thanks for hanging out, June. Yeah, we did almost get 100. Oh my god. Well, Hizzle did like the last leg for that first round, but still 51 is kind of crazy. Yeah. I'm gonna play until the end of the hour. Brick, hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna leave the room so June can get off. So I can make a new room, and Brick, you can join us then. Actually, if Brick's on a shift, you're collecting? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's just 400 on everything. So you don't have to move that much. You just can't get flanked. You can control that. Ooh. Yeah, that's like a little bit of range. How much is this? Can I hit this from here? No. But, no. It's one full block away. Okay, one full block away, I can use the dynamo to hit. That makes sense. You like the story, Belosa? I don't know. I thought the story was okay. In fact, I actually didn't play a lot of the story for a while, and then I just kind of sped through it once I realized that I could. And that was nice. Maybe I'll go back and collect all the logs and stuff. Oh, like the ending sequence? That was pretty cool, actually. That was a good time. Oh yeah, apparently there's some like really complicated thing in like the speed run that like if you save like a certain state or something, what's it called? If you save like a certain state like through like the pause menu or whatever, it lets you skip like the whole first phase with like the rotating like pillar. Like you can just skip it for some reason. It's pretty wild. Honestly, I don't think I finished Octo Expansion either, which is a shame. Like, I mean, I play an Octoling and everything, and, like, I bought the expansion just so I could play like that in Turf War, but, like, I don't think I actually beat Octo Expansion. Maybe I'll stream that at some point. Who knows? Like, on a really dead Saturday or something. Octo Expansion is hard, for sure. A big inner A3 on season 2 Octo expansion? Word. For sure. Boomer, you want to salmon run with us for the last bit? I don't know if I'm just bad at platformers or it's actually hard. I've heard that it's like harder than like Splatoon has like taught its players to deal with, but not like impossibly difficult. Like I've seen people play it like on a challenge that like don't normally play Splatoon and they're fine. Like they feel like it's a regular amount of like difficulty, but like people who have like always played Splatoon hit like auto expansion, they're just like, why is single player so difficult? So I think it's more of an audience signaling issue than like a true difficulty issue. Or I don't know, maybe it is a true difficulty issue, but it's exacerbated by like poor signaling. Where let's go. If Brick joins us and you join us, that gives us a 4. But I think Brick is still on a run. Can you send the invite out? What players in your pool? I don't really have a pool. Maybe I'll make a pool. I do like the liquid sounds. I think they're good. I do feel more like water than like say slime or whatever. I think that's all. Also, I don't squid roll enough. Oh, I'm doing my own things? Okay. I might play Smash as Inkling after this. Inkling's pretty good, if I remember correctly. Alright, Brick. If you're doing your own thing, you handle your business, dog. No worries. We're gonna go ahead and jump in. I know we're getting close to like 3 o'clock, at least my time, but I think I'm willing to play through the next Ouroboros if the people are down. Let me know. If otherwise, we can just cut off after this run, because I think that'll actually put us around 3 o'clock, as long as we get like a full 3 rounds. Now it might ending on a win. Mainly because they were the reason I bought Smash Ultimate. I hear that. I love the announcement that they did for Inkling. I think that was super sick. Also, like, I know Sora's was like the last one, but Sora's was also like really good. I'm glad they actually came through. I'm good with either. Word. We got nighttime care. Tornado. I'm coming, Bolosa! I'll be second leg. Just throw him as close to the rock as you can. I gotta keep you up, Bolosa. Shit. Okay. We're kind of getting bullied here. Okay, we're just gonna get whatever we can in here. It's gonna be like 25 maybe, 27. Has to be even number. What am I even talking about? It's gonna be 24. 26? Okay, we take those. Beloso, I'm sorry. I know I promised you the 40, we'll get it some other time. I'm on Flyfish. It's down. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's get him out of here. Oh, what? Hi. Oh, okay. Well. That's unfortunate. Me and Boomer both died to Maz. That's rough. Okay. I swear I was far enough away from it. I mean, it happens, dude. No worries. I'm ready. I'm putting us back in. Huh. Okay. That works. High tide. High tide. Good stuff. Oh. Hey, you two. Okay, this is Quoto. It's right in front of us. Let's just get these in the basket, move on to the next thing. Don't let them take our eggs. Someone get that fish, please and thank you. What's left? I deserve that. Kind of rocking it. I'm doing okay. Thank you, Boomer. I'm a little worried about the future of Alex here. Maybe we do cut it off after this one. Besides, Mocha's playing Cult of the Lamb, and so that could be fun. It's not a bad thing. Listen, y'all there. Goldie, Goldie. Over here. Oh, it's Mocha's belated birthday? Yeah, okay. I'm down. I'm putting these in. Found her. Found her again. He's down here. Do we have this? That's 17. Just take it. Take the 17. Let's get out of here. Okay, Splattershot Nova. Easy level 3. Not level 3, wave 3. I have 2 crabs. I'm going to stay up high. And then we'll just get our 19 move on. High tide, play safe, control the center. I got this fish stick, don't worry about it. Go do other things. There's a steelhead that wants... Take our 7, 9. Where's that fly fish? Boomer, get out of center. Damn it! I can't get out of here. Get out of center as quickly as possible. All you need to do is live for the next 20 seconds, nothing else. Three seconds, 2, 1. And we're out. Good job, everyone. I think I'm gonna play a bit more Splatoon, but I'm gonna end the stream here. Steelhead pushing the Moz? Yeah, that makes sense. Hey everyone, thank you for hanging out for Splatoon Saturday. My name's Rocky Hardy. This is the Impossible Coin stream. I believe this past week was a podcast week. I don't remember for sure. But we have, for everyone on our Patreon, there's something every week for you to listen to. So you can check us out there. The podcast is available wherever podcasts are. iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, Spotify, except SoundCloud, because fuck SoundCloud. But thank you for hanging out. Hey, Lux, thank you for joining us for our finale here. But yeah, we're going to go raid Mocha. We're going to wish her a happy belated birthday. So, hang out. Be cool. Take it easy. Make good choices. And have a good afternoon. All right? I bet Lux was practicing. I hear that.